I have to say good morning, everybody. So I will say like this, good morning, everybody. We are here in a parallel session, C2. I'm the moderator of this session. And I would like to invite several persons. For instance, in the first position, Dr. Peris Tsakouridis, which is coming from the Department of Eastern Church Studies, University College Stockholm in Sweden, and Maria Duca, Department of Eastern Church Studies, University College Stockholm, Sweden. So the title of this intervention is Theological Reflections of Human as Artificial Consciousness, Creator in His Image and Likeness. So you please proceed.
Well, welcome to this presentation on conscious machines as moral entities, ethical and theological perspectives. Today, we will look at the question of whether conscious machines, or AI, can or should be thought of as moral agents, and what this can mean in the fields of ethics and theology, with particular focus on the subject of Imago Dei. This concept, meaning that human beings are created in the image of God, will be adopted as a theoretical lens through which the nature and possibility of AI will be understood. In what ways could artificial intelligence, being created by human beings, relate to or contradict humanism? Can AI possess moral agency? Does AI give a new meaning to self-awareness? How does AI impact our relationship with God and with each other? The cutting edge of modern science and technology has moved in its aim beyond the relief of man's state toward directions that endanger the very existence of humanity. One goal of AI is to create another in our own image, something similar to humans, but that image will necessarily be partial, lacking the full range of human qualities. As Hirschfeld notes, unlike God, man makes machines to work for him, a departure from the actual reason of being created in the image of God. The world cannot be experienced in completely similar ways by conscious machines as by biological organisms, and hence their limits, perceptions, and agenda cannot be human. According to Hirschfeld, there is remarkable convergence between 20th century interpretations of the image of God, Imago Dei, and approaches toward creating in our own image in the field of artificial intelligence. These approaches view the intersection between God and humanity, or humanity and computers, by focusing on characteristics like intelligence or functions we perform, which make them very limited and one-sided, since they lacked the aspect of spirituality. What makes humans unique is that they are being made in God's image. As O'Donnell argues, Christians have tended to revert to a default Platonic setting when thinking about body and soul. They are not always good at remembering the holistic and monistic perspective that characterizes the biblical texts. Furthermore, the rise of artificial intelligence draws out the multitude of ambiguities in the ways that many Christians have defined terms like consciousness and soul. Humans, like Logos, are unique moral entities combining earthly and spiritual properties. As such, they bear moral responsibilities, referring to both their spiritual and material aspects. In this life, apart from piety towards God and morality towards humans, we, humans, have also the responsibility to administer our own planet and preserve life. People, as creators of AI, are compared to God as a creator because they both introduced a new creation into the world. However, Hertzfeld warns that there lies a further danger of which we must be aware. To replace relationship with God and with each other with relationship with our own artifacts is idolatry. Indeed, this is the danger, to worship and rely on AI more than on God or on other people. Michael Chinchoy adds that we generally say that the computer can process the data, but such computation is merely relative to the programmer who imposes a computational interpretation on the phenomenon. We can refer to a chef as an artist. The artist is preparing a lovely dish, which is his creation. It's the chef who chooses what ingredients to use and how to prepare and serve them. Likewise, AI is controlled and can only do what is programmed to do by the programmer or the one that sets the rules of the game. Karl Barth has defined the image of God not in terms of what man is or does, but in the notion of the human being as counterpart to God. This relationship takes two forms: faith and spirituality, in the aspect of the human-God relationship, and empathy and love for other people in the human-to-human relationship. For Barth, humanity as a counter must become the event of speech, requiring true mutual understanding and dialogue as means of connection with others. The question that comes in mind now is how this intelligence, which is man-made, can represent this magnificent image of Deus. In ethics, intentionality has an important role, the capacity to choose and function with distinct intent is the prerogative of mankind and not machines. Hence, the emotions that precede moral judgments are unique, an attribute that prevents their imitation. According to Picard, so right now, the state of the art is that we don't know how to build feelings, subjective feelings. Moreover, moral feelings, feelings of right or wrong, are sometimes ineffable. The notion of free will, the soul, the spirit, the life-giving juice are things we really haven't a clue how to build. What if humans design AI with equal intelligence to us or superior to us? Are we, as the creators, responsible for their actions? As Rubin argues, nothing in evolutionary theory suggests that we have an obligation to commit suicide by the creation and evolution of AI. Nothing says that we cannot continue to modify our environment for as long as we can to make it more conducive to our existence. Nevertheless, we must also refine and enlarge our understanding of what constitutes human progress. Will machines do the same? According to Moravec, our speculation ends in a supercivilization, the synthesis of all solar system life constantly improving and extending itself, spreading outward from the sun, converting non-life into mind. Kurzweil adds that evolution moves toward greater complexity, greater elegance, greater knowledge, greater intelligence, greater beauty, greater creativity, greater love. And God has been called all these things, only without any limitations. Finally, we address a provocative question. Should people be considered to be gods because they created AI in their own likeness? Of course, some theologians do not hesitate for a moment to say that human intelligence, wonderful as it is, does not grant us the divine status that belongs to God alone. Creation of artificial intelligence by humans is an act of crafting from materials which human beings have found and shaped, not an act of creation out of nothing, ex nihilo. We must respect the ethical and theological boundaries that distinguish human creativity from divine creation. Herzfeld cautions that computers will continue to advance in their capacities for human-like intelligence. At the same time, we will program them to seem more like us, both to make them easier to use and out of our urge to create in our own image. But we must be cautious. In the end, computers can only provide a simulation of human being, just as an idol is only a simulation of a god. In conclusion, AI pushes us to rethink traditional ideas about ethics, morality, and even what it means to be human. But the Imago Dei remains a distinct theological category tied to human uniqueness. AI may possess intelligence, but it does not share the spiritual and moral characteristics conferred by being made in God's image. The comparison of human action to that of divine construction is helpful, but it constitutes a warning that humans become gods in the process. People are not gods, and AI is a device, not something divine. Further, as Rubin concludes, the extinctionist vision of the future is a dangerous delusion, promising things that will not be available to beings who will not be there to enjoy them. We must work to preserve human dignity while pursuing technological advancement, recognizing that if we want to follow God's creative example, perhaps we too should aim to fashion things with the ability to relate and love, and not just to receive commands. This concludes the presentation. The sources cited in this discussion include works by Marius Dorobantou, Charles Rubin, Noreen Herzfeld, and Michael Zimmerman, among others. These texts provide key insights into the ethical and theological dimensions of AI and its relationship to the Imago Dei. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. You have respected the time. That's wonderful. And thank you for presenting these differences, let's say, between a theological point of view and a technological one, or the interpretation, the philosophical interpretation of the anthropology, let's say. So the second intervention belongs to Dr. Magdalena Burlacu. I hope she is online. No. Mr. Laurențiu Gheorghe? Okay. So I will give the micro, let's say, to Laurențiu Gheorghe, which is associate professor at the University of Bucharest, and he will speak about the paradox of transhumanism, the search for rest and contemplation in an ever-evolving world. It's an online presentation. We'll follow in this way. Welcome. Do you hear us?
Welcome. Yes, I'm hearing you.
That's perfect. You have 15 minutes.
I hope I will...
No problem, we have the time.
I hope I will match the time limitation. Good day to everyone. I will present a paradox which is embedded in another paradox, because right now we are celebrating the feast, a very important holiday, and we should be resting because it is a feast day. Even though we have to rest, we are still discussing very interesting and important theological, philosophical, and technological challenges. And one of these challenges is how can we accommodate what is required of us as involved in this process of transformation from the point of view of transhumanism, and what rests for us to do regarding our human, let's say, way of being in the world. So I would like to share a few thoughts about this paradox of transhumanism, this idea that we have to progress always, we need to progress endlessly, and if this is true, and if this is required as our aim as transhumanists, where do we find a place to rest? And I will start my presentation with a quote from Marquis de Condorcet, which is one of the philosophers who started from the Enlightenment, sketched this aim of progress that is, let's say, the beginning of this modern philosophy of transhumanism. In his book from 1795, Outlines of an Historical View of the Progress of the Human Mind, he describes what are the aims of this process, the process of continuous progress. And he's referring to some moral ends, intellectual ends, political ends as well. But the final end of this endeavor is what you see in the presentation, that is to increase the duration of the human life forever. And he thinks that there is no limit to this increase of human life forever, as long as the laws of physics permits us to do it. So we know that right now we are trying to extend the limits of our lives, and there are several ways in which we can do this, either by transforming ourselves into cyborgs or by genetical improvement. But what is very true is that all our efforts to increase the duration of life presuppose a vast amount of energy and a vast amount of work. So this brings us to the problem that I want to discuss. And my thoughts about this concern this continuous movement, the acceleration of all our abilities, both intellectual and physical, that transhumanism requires. And if this is true, where is the place for rest and contemplation? Because rest and contemplation is an essential part of us being humans. But if there is no end to this process of evolution, And this is a process of evolution that is a material process of evolution. Then there can be any rest. This process has to be continuous. And because it has to be continuous, it requires vast amounts of energy. We have to constantly battle the entropy of the universe. Thus, if this is true, if this is the path that we are taking, then the place of rest is only temporary. We can only stop to, as they say, to recharge our batteries. Because the aim is continuous movement. One of these very interesting consequences of this continuous movement is that if we stop, for any reason, if we stop, then we will lose momentum. And if we lose momentum, then we will decay. And we can see this especially with this technological advancement and with our increasing dependence on information. We developed, even right now, different, let's say, pathologies like the fear of missing out important things, which leads to some sort of an addiction to new information, to new technologies, to new things. But what is interesting from this perspective is that this is very similar in a certain sense. This idea that you cannot stop, that if you stop, you fall. It is similar to the experience that the fathers of the church have with ascesis, with their spiritual work. And they say that you should be careful that if you stop, you might fall. So maybe there is some sort of a process of secularization of this idea of infinite progress towards God. Secularization in the sense that we are reverting to infinite progress, but in a material sense, which is very difficult to attain because it requires to discover infinity in a finite world. There is some possibilities for us to gain an experience from, to gain an insight from the experience of the hesychast movement. There is a very interesting idea about the role of the Sabbath, the role of rest in this process of attaining knowledge and progressing towards God. Because the final aim of this infinite progress is to be one with God, to rest in God. So in a certain sense, the aim of this infinite progress from a spiritual point of view would be, and we can see it from the experience of knowing God in the scriptures and the tradition of the church. And this experience is embedded in Philokalia, that is centered on the experience of God. We can see that the end of this process, as mentioned by Saint Gregory Palamas, is the spiritual Sabbath. Now, what is interesting? What is this spiritual Sabbath? And why it is important from the knowledge of God? So in a certain sense, from this perspective, we need rest. We need, in order to finally achieve our aim, we need to enter, and this is commanded by God, in this state of spiritual Sabbath. And just very, very briefly, because I only have 1 minute, Isaiah the Solitary is talking about how you can achieve this aim of rest. He says that if you hate all the activity of this world, if you don't hate it, you cannot worship God. Your intellect, if you have activity, is always shrouded in darkness and cannot advance in holiness, because it does not make the effort to uproot these thoughts by means of spiritual knowledge. And if you free your intellect from all its enemies, and you shall attain the Sabbath rest. So, in conclusion, I think that what we need to be aware of is that we need to find a place for rest and contemplation. Otherwise, this infinite progress towards something that will mean the reverse of the Turing test, that means we will not be able to stop no matter what, will devoid us of any humanity and will leave us, instead of richer, poorer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the third participant is ready to have the intervention.
We send a message,
Yeah.
an email, and if in 2 minutes will not respond,
Okay.
we will have the discussion.
Yes, of course, of course, of course. Okay.
Maybe they have a lot of time to speak.
Yeah, yeah, yes. So, because we are waiting the third person, we're wondering that if she will succeed to be with us. We have a little time here, and thank you for the 2 interventions, because if I'm feeling well, you offer some comparison between theological point of view, let's say, and other point of view, philosophical, transhumanistic, and we can say that it's the otherness, let's say, comparing with the Christianism. But I would like to have a short question for you. You know, we are living in the world which is very real, let's say. So we are discussing about a lot of philosophical principles, but there are some tools. We discussed a lot about tools these days. So tools, that means we are using in the very normal life things that are able to transform ourselves little by little. So my question is, how we will answer, not with principles, with a philosophical point of view, even theological one, but in the concrete aspects of our life. For instance, we have, I give you an example. Elon Musk, for instance, will design a little box in order to improve your capacity to make, let's say, to calculus and to, let's say, to make some operations, some logical operations. So imagine that he will give this possibility in 10 years from now on, and to attach this kind of device here, for instance, and to say, okay, you can have a sort of extra computer, let's say, that will help you in such a manner. And we imagine, for instance, a sort of, let's say, competition to get a job, for instance, and one person is presenting with this device and the other 9 not, but the person that have this device maybe will win the competition and got the job. The other 9 will start to think, yes, maybe I could also use something like this because I have to live, I have to give, let's say, something to eat to my family, so I have to do something in order to survive, you know? This kind of pressure, I think, is near us. So we have principles, but we have some very, let's say, concrete pressure that will present among us through the products. So if you want to react concerning it, both of you. No?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question.
We give them. Yeah.
It is a very interesting question, but I think it is based on secular values. Do I get the job or do I not get the job? This is a very secular question. It's not spiritual. So, of course...
Excuse me, I do not want to, but just think about the children.
I like your question.
Yes, I know you like it. So just feeding my children is a spiritual dimension. Okay.
Yes. I want to say that, of course, we live in a world where technology is very important. And already we have been extended because look at this. At this moment, I have all the knowledge of whole humanity in my hand. You ask me something, and in 1 minute, I can answer. So I know everything, practically, just by holding this. You ask me a calculus, and I can give you the answer in 1 minute. So does it make me superhuman, this extension of mine? I think not. So I think that the very essence of your question is moral. So what happens to the future generations of human? What happens to those who don't have access to technology in the third world, let's say? What happens to our children? And I think that I'm not, although I'm very optimistic as a person, unfortunately, I'm not very optimistic in this sense, because I think that there will be a huge division between people who accept or people who have access or people who can use technology and the people who don't have access to technology or don't want to use technology. So the moral question is, should we allow this to happen? And my answer is no. Everybody should have access to technology, but technology must not become, let's say, our ticket to the future. We have to evolve not only technologically, but we have to evolve spiritually as well. And I liked something that the previous speaker said. He spoke about a parallel between the struggle of asceticism and the struggle of modern people to become better and better. And of course, there is a parallel, but there is also a huge difference. In the first occasion, we speak about a struggle for spiritual evolution and improvement. And when we talk about transhumanism, we speak about a different kind of evolution. So I think that I'm not against technology, but the moral answer is that by evolving technology, we should never forget or neglect our spiritual part.
Thank you very much for your answer. And I would like to ask also Professor Laurențiu Gheorghe if he wants to add something in complement.
Well, I fully agree with my fellow presenter. I would like to add only one thing. It is not the first time that we are presented with this challenge. If we go back to Plato and we read Phaedon, there is there, let's say, a myth that Plato discusses there, the creation of writing. So there is this god, this Egyptian god who invents writing and comes to the pharaoh to present his new invention. And he speaks very highly of this new invention and all the possibilities that now we have with this new invention. And the pharaoh looks at him and says, well, yeah, it's good that you present your own creation, but let me warn you about some things. This new creation writing will make everybody abandon training of their memory. But this is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that they will not think with their heads. They will read somebody else. Instead of doing the real philosophy or the real knowledge, they will revert to knowledge that was already there. So that's a very interesting parallel. And I think that the problem is moral and spiritual, in the sense that as any tool, we have many tools, and we use so many tools. But the problem is not to let the tool dictate our way of life. It is the other way around. And we have to be very conscious about this. So in a certain sense, as an educator, yes, I now find interesting to revert to old ways of educating people, just to have to counter the effects of using the new tools. But I think that we can learn and we can evolve and, in a certain sense, understand what asceticism means in concrete terms right now. And I can give you an example. There are many fathers who said during the Lent, during the fasting period, to have some sort of, sorry for the word, digital detox. So exactly like we integrated using the tools in our work, traditional tools, I think that if we are very careful from a spiritual point of view, we can also integrate them and put them limits.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are waiting for questions from your side. If you want to ask something, you are kindly invited. Please, the micro. Thank you.
Can I speak in Greek, please? Yes, of course. So, wonderful speeches. While you were speaking, I couldn't help but imagine a geography with the Babel Tower. So, this chase of progress will end up similar to the Tower of Babel. I don't know. And maybe the other day, when there was a problem with Microsoft and we had problems in the airports, maybe the next pandemic is a digital pandemic that will destroy the system. And what will happen with me? That I try to do detox. I try to detox from my smartphone. I only do it for some days and then I go back to the system because I cannot survive in any other way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Is it only your smartphone? This is my question. So, well, we keep seeing that cyber attacks have become part of our lives, unfortunately. In the ministries, we have cyber attack in ministries, in airports, in banks. And I'm mentioning banks because I work at a bank. And this is where everyone, the humanities, have deposited the labors of their lives, and those labors, that money may be lost in a mere second. It is not just the airports, because we understood it, we experienced it. Those things do happen, and in a lot of cases that maybe the public will never know about it. And this is where the problem lies, in my opinion. And what we propose is that humans should try to keep their dignity. All right, we might pursue our technological advancement. It is very well to want to have more progress, but at the same time, we should keep ourselves without being altered by that. And we might lose our minds if we do not stop. We might stop being critical beings, and we might rely to the machines provided to us by Elon Musk, saying, do not think, do not hear, it will do everything for you. And at the end of the day, I don't know if you remember this old movie Matrix. Everyone will be in a glass uterus, so to say, and be fed by a tube, because we will be some beings that are non-thinking beings. And this might be very near. This future, this dystopian future might be near to us, and this is why we should try and safeguard humanity by thinking that this will, and we should also, of course, try to do digital detoxes. And even if we are programmers, we do try and do detoxes. We are programmers, okay, but we are also theologians, and this might be a contradictory role. Those two roles might be contradicted, but theology is what made us understand the evil, the technology, the bad aspect of technology, and we were not able to see it beforehand. What I mean is that in order to be able to think, you have to be able to open your mind and see both the advantages and the disadvantages of technology, because it is now that we understand that we are losing a lot of things. And in order to try and avoid Tower of Babel like a situation, we should go and say to Elon or to whomever, I don't want your gift, I don't want your box, even if that means that we are going to lose the position, the job.
Add something to the same question.
I would say that that is very biblical in a certain sense, because we have this saying, whatever defeats you will be your master. And in a certain sense, we have training for this. We have just to adapt to this new challenge. I do think that this challenge is more insidious because, as Father Razvan said, sometimes it creates what is called the digital divide, people who don't have access, people who have access, and then the access to resources, to jobs, but not only schools, so on and so forth, will be much difficult for people who don't have these abilities or don't use those tools, and we know that this is happening right now. But I do think that as beings in relation with God, we possess the wisdom that comes from God and illuminates us to make the difference.
Thank you. I think we have the time for a last question, which is there. Please, the micro. He's a great asker. He had a lot of questions.
No, just one question.
Oh, just one. Okay, that's perfect.
Να τα πω αγγλικά ελληνικά.
Yes, we can.
Last summer, I made personal research on chatbots available in theology and in text processing. I found approximately 125. I have to assure you that 95% of the results were fantastic. Human brain, and I replied to the nice lady over there, is not in the position to process at the same time that kind of information. For example, we have in Assyriology the total reconstruction of Gilgamesh. We collected the fragments from different museums and we managed to have the full text. Imagine what immense tool is this for patristics. So, instead of fantasizing ourselves about catastrophe, let's see if, particularly for the humanities and theology, this might be the golden age for text processing. The major problem in modern theology is our biases. Even spiritual fathers have their own preconceptions, their own biases. By having these tools as assistants, we can have a better approach to the deeper structure of the text. The hermeneutic that I'm thinking revolution and the structural analysis of the text of the New Testament produced immense results. So, I don't know how we buy this technophobia. I do not refute that there are dangers, but the benefits, at least for the humanities, are immense. It's like magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. We have, with MRI, the possibility now in medicine to have total scan of the body. We have the same possibility for text processing. This is an immense tool. I should say that we have to be fond of technology and we have to cooperate with the engineers to operationalize these procedures for theology. Negativism does not produce anything. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to answer.
First of all, I want to say that I totally agree with you. I have a 16-year-old daughter who told me, Dad, it's not a matter whether we use or not AI. Eventually, we will all use AI in every aspect of our daily life. It's a matter of how we use it and what we think it is. And in our society around us, there is a very large part of the society, people who think that, wow, we are gods. We have created intelligence. I disagree with them. What we have created is text processing tools. Then there is another part of society who says, oh, this is the 666. This is the Antichrist. We have to go away from AI because it's bad. I disagree with them also. And there is a very small part of society who think the way you think and the way I think, that what we have is a very useful tool and it can be used for improving both science and humanities. Yes, it's a very useful tool. And I want to tell you that, for example, you take a book and you ask AI, find in this book, or maybe in these 100 books at the same time, all the points where biblical texts are referenced. It would demand months, maybe years, by normal people to do that. So yes, it's a very useful tool, but we are very far away, I think, from the so-called general artificial intelligence, and I don't think that we will ever achieve it anyways. But yes, we should not demonize AI as it is today. I agree with you, it's a very useful tool.
Thank you. Professor Laurențiu Gheorghe, if you want.
I would only want to add this. The crisis that we are experiencing right now, it's not the crisis of our tools. It's the crisis that we don't know, we don't have the experience. We are not practicing what we are preaching. So if we would have had this, let's say, way of living in the world that makes the distinction between the bad use and the good use, not only related to artificial intelligence, but to all the other technologies that are around us. So in a certain sense, if we had not the knowledge and the experience, the practical experience, not to become slaves to technology, but to master technology, then this is just an addition and is very useful. But we need to practice this asceticism with ourselves, not only regarding these new tools, but also regarding all the technology around us.
Thank you. In order to conclude, I would like to say that we have not to forget the human calibration behind the AI systems, because it's a lot of human there also, with different orientations. So we do not have only a sort of neutral informatics. It's more than this. It's human also. And just for finishing, because there are some people, they are very optimistic, pessimistic. If we want to be spiritual, I'm remembering a father that told me when I asked him how it feels, he told me that I am not optimistic, I am not pessimistic, I would like to be realistic. And it's more than the first two possibilities. Thank you for all the participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the translation as well.
Thank you also. They working a lot for the translation. Yeah. Thank you.
It's been a very pleasant experience being here.
Thank you. And I talked to Jonathan Jackson. I do not know if you heard about Jonathan Jackson. He had an intervention here. So he's
Σεβαστέ Γέροντα Εφραίμ, θέλω και εγώ να ευχαριστήσω πολύ για την τιμή να συμμετέχω στις εργασίες αυτού του συνεδρίου. Πανιερότατε Μητροπολίτα Λεμεσού Γέροντα Αθανάσιε, σεβασμιότατη, θεοφιλέστατη, σεβαστέ Γέροντα Ελισέ, σεβαστές γερόντισσες, αδελφοί και αδελφές. Το θέμα το οποίο θα προσπαθήσω να διαπραγματευτώ, να πω λίγα λόγια, είναι η μη παραμορφωμένη εικόνα, ο άνθρωπος ως κατοικητήριο των θείων ενεργειών. Η Γραφή μαρτυρεί ότι ο άνθρωπος είναι το τελειότερο κτίσμα της δημιουργίας του Θεού. Η μεγαλύτερη τιμή του ανθρώπου έγκυται στη δημιουργία του κατ' εικόνα και καθομοίωσιν Θεού και στην κλίση του να αγαπήσει Κύριον των Θεών αυτού εν όλη τη καρδία αυτού και εν όλη τη ψυχή αυτού και εν όλη τη διανία αυτού. Ενώ είναι κτίσμα, έλαβε εντολή να γίνει Θεός. Ο ανθρωποκεντρισμός και τελικά η φιλοσοφία της αθείας που πήγασαν κυρίως από το κίνημα του διαφωτισμού και έπαιξαν κεντρικό ρόλο στη διαμόρφωση ενός μεγάλου μέρους του σύγχρονου πολιτισμού, οδήγησαν τελικά τον άνθρωπο σε βαθύ σκοτάδι απογνώσεως, τόσο ώστε σήμερα να μιλούμε για μεταανθρωπισμό, δηλαδή μετά τον άνθρωπο τι. Βλέποντας σήμερα ο κόσμος πόσο απελπιστικά στενά είναι τα όρια της υπάρξεώς του όταν ζει αυτονομημένος από τον Θεό, την πηγή της ζωής του, αναζητά στηριγμό σε κάτι που βρίσκεται έξω από τον εαυτό του. Αυτή η κίνηση βέβαια δεν είναι κάτι καινούριο στην ιστορία της γης. Ήδη ο πρώτος Αδάμ, μόλις γυμνώθηκε από την κοινωνία της χάριτος του δημιουργού του, αναζήτησε να γεμίσει τη ζωή του με ψευδοστηρίγματα μέσω των αισθήσεων της σαρκός του, μέσω των υλικών κτήσεων και την πεποίθηση στη λογική του νου του. Σήμερα πολλοί τείνουν να απορρίψουν την αλήθεια του Ευαγγελίου του Χριστού, χαρακτηρίζοντας την εποχή μας όχι μόνο ως μετανεωτερική ή ως μετανθρωπική, αλλά ακόμη και ως μεταχριστιανική. Όπως όμως πολύ χαρακτηριστικά αναφέρει ο Όσιος Γέροντας Σοφρόνιος, στην ανθρώπινη ιστορία ο χριστιανισμός ποτέ μέχρι τώρα δεν έγινε αποδεκτός όπως θα έπρεπε από τις μεγάλες μάζες. Ο κόσμος ποτέ στην ουσία δεν έζησε αυθεντικός χριστιανικά. Η τραγωδία της εποχής μας έγκυται στην αδυναμία να γίνει δεκτή η αποκάλυψη του Χριστού στο αληθινό της πνεύμα, στις αυθεντικές της διαστάσεις. Ο άνθρωπος επιχειρεί με τη δύναμη της λογικής του να διεισδύσει στο μυστήριο του Χριστού και τελικά απορρίπτει εκείνο που ποτέ του δεν γνώρισε αληθινά. Παρόλα αυτά όμως, η σημερινή εποχή είναι και ο κατεξοχήν καιρός για να ευαγγελιστεί η Εκκλησία την αλήθεια της πίστεως που παραδόθηκε άπαξ της Αγίης. Ακριβώς επειδή πολλές ψυχές σήμερα βιώνουν με τραγικό τρόπο την πτώση των ειδόλων της φιλοσοφίας, της επιστήμης και του ανθρωπισμού. Ο πόνος της διαψεύσεως των ελπίδων τόσων συνανθρώπων μας γεννά μέσα τους μια δίψα για την ασάλευτη και αμετάθετη αλήθεια, για την αλήθεια που είναι ανέκφραστη με λόγια, για την αλήθεια που είναι αιώνια και κοίται ως θεμέλιον παντός υπαρκτού. Στην αρχή της τρίτης χιλιετίας του χριστιανισμού, ο κάθε πιστός έρχεται αντιμέτωπος με ακραίες προκλήσεις που προκύπτουν από τη διάθεση της πλήρους αυτονομήσεως του ανθρώπου από τον Θεό και της αντικαταστάσεως του αγιασμού του με την κατασκευή του υπερανθρώπου και του μετανθρώπου. Ο σύγχρονος κόσμος επιδιώκει την απόλυτη ελευθερία με την κτιστή νοημοσύνη, που είναι όμως εκ των πραγμάτων ασφικτικά περιορισμένη από τη φθαρτότητα και τον θάνατο. Σε μια άκρως αντίθετη προοπτική, ο χριστιανός στοχεύει στην πνευματική ελευθερία, που κερδίζεται με τον εξαγνισμό της καρδιάς και καθιστά τον πιστό δεκτικό των επιλάμψεων της χάριτος του Αγίου Πνεύματος. Τότε ελευθερώνεται πραγματικά ο άνθρωπος από τον νόμο της φθοράς και του θανάτου και καθίσταται μέτοχος της άκτιστης σοφίας και της παντοδύναμης ενέργειας του Θεού. Βλέπουμε σήμερα τη φύση του ανθρώπου να κατέχεται από τον νόμο της αμαρτίας. Παράλληλα, στον κόσμο υπάρχει μεγάλη άγνοια ως προς την αρχή της υποστάσεως του προσώπου, τον άνθρωπο ως εικόνα και ομοίωση του Θεού. Σε αυτό το θέμα η ασκητική παράδοση των πατέρων της Εκκλησίας μας έχει πολύτιμο και σωτήριο λόγο να δώσει. Το σώμα θα έπρεπε να είναι σκεύος χάριτος. Όταν όμως η χάρη απουσιάζει, τα πάντα διαλύονται και ο άνθρωπος γίνεται ως το είδωρ του ανυπόστατον. Απεναντίας, όταν η χάρη είναι παρούσα, τρέφει και περικρατεί ακόμη και το σώμα. Γίνεται η χάρις τρόποντινά το σώμα του σώματος. Όταν αγιαστεί το σώμα, αγιάζεται ολόκληρη η ανθρώπινη φύση. Τότε επιτυγχάνεται το καθομοίωσιν Θεού. Αυτή είναι η ζωντανή μαρτυρία των πατέρων μας και είναι μια πραγματικότητα την οποία μας χαρίζει ο Θεός να ψηλαφούμε διαρκώς μέσα στην άμωμη Εκκλησία Του. Όταν ο άνθρωπος γίνει αληθινή υπόσταση, όταν πραγματοθεί η αρχή της υποστάσεως που ο Θεός έσπηρε μέσα Του, τότε όντως κατέχει τη φύση Του. Μετέχει στη βασιλική ιεροσύνη του Χριστού και βασιλεύει στην ίδια την ύπαρξή Του. Όταν πρέπει να πει ναι, λέει πάντοτε ναι, και σε ό,τι πρέπει να πει όχι, λέει πάντοτε όχι. Όταν πάυσει το ενδεχόμενο εκλογής μεταξύ καλού και κακού και το γνωμικό θέλημα του ανθρώπου ταυτιστεί με το φυσικό, τότε ο ελεύθερος αυτοκαθορισμός του για την αιωνιότητα του Θεού είναι πλήρης και τελειωτικός. Εάν η περί του Θεού αλήθεια μας έχει δοθεί εξ αποκαλύψεως και δεν αποτελεί δική μας επινόηση, τότε εξίσου και η οντολογική γνώση περί του ανθρώπου και των αιωνίων πεπρωμένων του μας έχει φανερωθεί από τον ίδιο τον δημιουργό του ανθρώπου. Η ιατρική επιστήμη και η φιλοσοφία δεν επαρκούν ώστε να μας γνωρίσουν όλο το βάθος του μυστηρίου που λέγεται άνθρωπος. Το μόνο ακατάλητο και αδιάψευστο μέτρο για τη γνώση των αυθεντικών δυνατοτήτων της φύσεώς μας είναι ο ενανθρωπίσας Θεός. Στην επίγεια ζωή η φύση μας δεν ταυτίζεται ακόμη πλήρως με την υποστατική αρχή. Γι' αυτό και εμείς ως πρόσωπα υποστάσεις ενίοτε βρισκόμαστε σε οξία αντίφαση με κάποιες εκδηλώσεις της φύσεώς μας. Όπως σημειώνει ο Όσιος Γέροντας Σοφρόνιος, γεννιόμαστε ως υποστάσεις μόνο εν δυνάμει. Όταν η υποστατική αυτή αρχή αναπτυχθεί μέσα μας σε κάποιον βαθμό, αρχίζει η σύγκρουση μεταξύ της υποστάσεως στον ελεύθερο αυτοπροσδιορισμό της και των τάσεων της έκπτωτης φύσεώς μας. Αυτή η εσωτερική διαμάχη του νόμου της αμαρτίας μέσα μας με τον νόμο της χάριτος θεραπεύεται μόνο με το χάρισμα της μετανοίας και της κοινωνίας μας με τον Θεό κατά την άσκηση της προσευχής. Ταπεινά φρονούμε ότι είναι μια αγαθή παρέμβαση της πρόνοιας του Θεού στον κόσμο σήμερα το γεγονός ότι η πλειοψηφία των Αγίων Πατέρων που αγιοκατέταξε η Εκκλησία κατά τον 21ο αιώνα ανήκουν στις τάξεις των μοναχών και πιο συγκεκριμένα υπήρξαν φορείς και μεταδότες της ησυχαστικής παραδόσεως. Όντως, η πείρα των ησυχαστών αποτελεί και τη λύση σε όλα τα υπαρξιακά αδιέξοδα που αντιμετωπίζει η ανθρωπότητα σήμερα. Ο Όσιος Γέροντας Σοφρόνιος πίστευε ότι δεν θα μπορούσαμε να αντεπεξέλθουμε στις προκλήσεις της εποχής μας χωρίς τη διδασκαλία του Αγίου Γρηγορίου Παλαμά. Έλεγε χαρακτηριστικά ότι ο Άγιος Γρηγόριος Παλαμάς έδινε απαντήσεις πριν 500 χρόνια στα προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζει σήμερα ο κόσμος. Το ησυχαστικό βίωμα δίδει πολύτιμες διεξόδους στην εποχή μας, όταν ο άνθρωπος λαχταρά ευδαιμονία και απολαύσεις και ελκύεται από ατελείωτους τεχνολογικούς νεωτερισμούς. Ενώπιον της αληθινής αγαλιάσεως της καρδιάς και όχι των αισθήσεων, το προσωπείο της χαράς του κόσμου αφαιρείται και φανερώνεται το ψεύδος της. Έχοντας γευθεί την οσμήν ζωής εις ζωήν, ο άνθρωπος αναγνωρίζει την οσμήν θανάτου εις θάνατον και όχι απλώς την αποφεύγει, αλλά με πόθο εξητεί εκείνον που δεν δεσμεύεται από τον θάνατο, τον χορηγό του περισσού της ζωής, τον Παντοκράτορα Ιησού. Στα βάθη των αιώνων, ο προφήτης Ιεζεκιήλ θρηνούσε για την πτώση της Ιερουσαλήμ λέγοντας: «Από τη μέρα που γεννήθηκες δεν βρέθηκε κανείς να δέσει τον ομφαλό σου, κανείς δεν σε έλουσε με νερό, κανείς δεν σε σπαργάνωσε με σπάργανα, αλλά απερίφθηση στην γη του θανάτου, πεφυρμένη εν το αίματί σου, στιγματισμένη με το ίδιο σου το αίμα». Η Ιερουσαλήμ εδώ αποτελεί τύπο της ανθρωπότητας μετά την πτώση. Αυτές τις πληγές του ανθρώπου περιποιείται ο σωτήρας Χριστός με την ενανθρώπισή του, επανάγοντας το πλάσμα του στην αρχαία άφθαρτη χάρη και χαρίζοντάς του την ελευθερία της δόξης των τέκνων του Θεού. Ο Χριστός έδεσε ξανά τον ομφαλό του ανθρώπου, τιθασεύοντας τη δύναμη του επιθυμητικού του. Απέλουσε τον μολυσμό των πληγών της άγνοιας με τον ωκεανό της θεογνωσίας που η χάρις του εξέχε στον κόσμο και σπαργάνωσε την ανθρώπινη φύση ενισχύοντάς την με τη δύναμη του Αγίου Πνεύματος. Κατά τον λόγο του Αποστόλου Πέτρου, το μόλοπι του Χριστού, εμείς πάντες οι άθιμεν. Όσο και αν παραμορφώνεται στην εποχή μας η φύση του ανθρώπου και η εικόνα του Θεού μέσα του φέρει στίγματα πτεσμάτων, εν τούτης εκ παραλλήλου μέσα στον κόσμο σήμερα ενεργεί με θαυμαστό τρόπο και ένα άλλο ρεύμα ζωής, αυτό της αγιότητος. Η μαρτυρία όλων των σύγχρονων Αγίων της Εκκλησίας θρέφει τον κόσμο με την αμάραντη ελπίδα ότι δεν υπάρχουν συνθήκες που να καθιστούν αδύνατη την τήρηση των εντολών του Χριστού. Το καρφωμένο στο σταυρό σώμα του Κυρίου έγινε η θαυμαστή γέφυρα μεταξύ ουρανού και γης. Στο πρόσωπο του Χριστού όντως καινοτομείται η ανθρώπινη φύση και καταλύονται όλες οι διακρίσεις ανάμεσα στο άκτιστο και το κτιστό, τον ουρανό και τη γη, τα νοερά και τα αισθητά. Η φύση του ανθρώπου δεν καινοτομείται με τα επιτιδεύματα του νου του και των παρορμήσεών του. Αληθινή καινοτομία είναι η άσπορη σύλληψη του Χριστού και η παρθενική γέννησή του από την υπεραγία Θεοτόκο, που είναι ένα σημείο που μαρτυρεί στο διηνεκές ότι στο πρόσωπο του Κυρίου και με τη χάρη του καταργείται ακόμη και η διάκριση του φύλου σε άνδρα και γυναίκα και ο άνθρωπος μπορεί πλέον να γίνει καινή κτήσης. Ο τρόπος για να κληρονομήσουμε αυτόν τον άφθαρτο πλούτο δεν είναι άλλος από τη σταυρική οδό που χάραξε ο Χριστός πάνω στη γη.
to have such distinguished panelists in this session. The first speaker is Father Theodore Tsabatsidis from the metropolis of Nea Krini and Kalamaria, who has a PhD in audiovisual means from the Ionian University. Reverend Fathers, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure, honor and blessing to be here today in order to explore a topic which is very important for the modern parish life and action, the interaction between catechesis, digital literacy and artificial intelligence. Our era is characterized by radical developments that change not only the way in which we communicate and interact, but potentially the way we participate in the parish life. Orthodox catechesis with the use of digital means opens up new horizons. At the same time, we have the possibility to get information immediately and give access to people with disabilities. Digital literacy, the safe use of multimedia and the internet become crucial since they allow us to use these technologies in a substantial and safe manner. At the heart of these developments, artificial intelligence brings about new challenges. The church community is called upon to tackle various issues, always, of course, focusing in the soteriological nature in a digital world that keeps evolving. During the COVID-19 pandemic, digital catechesis proved that regardless of the outside conditions, pastoral care can continue seamlessly. As a case study, we can mention the parish of Agios Panteleimon in Kalamaria. During the lockdown, the meetings in Sunday schools increased from once a week with natural presence to 3 online meetings per week. There were also some contests, distant team plays, also a digital choir and orchestra, video animation, interviews and live connections. In this conference, we asked through artificial intelligence to create an image that would depict a child from a Sunday school who, because of his non-presence in the Sunday school, receives through a drone on his balcony the material sent by the catechist and the other children. This is the image that you see on your screen, and it symbolizes the innovative way in which technology, possibly in the future, will be able to support the catechesis, highlighting that love as a passion for catechesis is inventive and that technology can be a means to express this love. This image, or a similar one, can also become the incentive in order to discuss with pupils for the future of catechesis and how technology can be used. Now, focusing in the educational utilization of digital means, we can observe that in the modern era, the Orthodox Church is faced with the challenge of an ever-evolving digital landscape. Many Christian parishes and Sunday schools adopt technological means to approach the new generation, which is familiar from a young age with digital communication. If we explore the positive contribution of new technologies and AI, we focus on the following aspects: direct provision of information and awareness raising, establishment of communication and awareness raising teams, participation in distant learning in Sunday schools when somebody is ill, development of digital material, using the AI to prepare invitations, easy search of resources, development of lesson plans through AI with specific targets, steps, and assessment activities for different age groups. Pre-catechesis. Development of digital material such as an image or a short text in order to prepare the next lesson. In this framework, we can also use the reverse order models, meaning we send the material in order to further interact in the upcoming lesson. Post-catechesis. Use of digital means in peer groups in order to create audiovisual materials on the topic discussed during the lesson. Gamification. Interactive games and tools, H5P tools, can contribute positively to the empowerment of pupils and offer experiences that would make learning more attractive. In the image on the upper left part, you can see worksheets for the teaching of Byzantine music. Also, we can have simulations that allow us to visit historical areas, religious monuments. But Mr. Patseas will further elaborate on that. Also, development of strategies to develop empathy using multimedia, such as audiovisual material with beneficial stories or semi-structured scenarios that can be discussed in the parish, digital libraries and platforms with catechesis material in synchronous or asynchronous form. Creation of new music compositions through a simple prompt that can be used in plays, entertainment activities and summer camps. Development of materials such as 1-minute lessons to learn about the saint of the day. At the same time, we have identified some risks that could arise from the non-proper integration of new technologies, such as the following. Catechesis is mostly addressed to a specific parish or church community. The work is assigned to the relevant priest under the blessing of the bishop. If the digital means are not used in the right way, problems might arise. For example, a priest or a catechist might prioritize his self-promotion in the social media in order to get likes, losing one like from God himself. This is a serious ecclesiological risk, the so-called digital altruism, which is a deviation. So we need to strike a balance that will respect these limits and will serve the spiritual aim of catechesis. Second risk, lack of interpersonal relationship with the catechist. Although the new technologies offer convenience, they cannot replace the live presence and the emotional bond with the catechist. Risk of automated production of non-theologically correct material or even heretical material. So there is the need of an oversight by somebody in order to ensure the theological accuracy of information before publishing them. Privacy protection, personal data protection. It is necessary to abide by all rules for the protection of personal data. Unsafe use of the internet. For example, addiction, dependence, anonymous communication, and also long hours in front of digital screens that can lead to problems such as photosensitivity and computer vision syndrome. Tackling this risk, addressing these risks should be prevented through experiential and training actions. During the activity of the production of digital catechesis material, we can use the TPAC methodology. This method provides a safe and effective framework that promotes the quality development of teaching models for catechesis, combining three main elements: content, so detailed and in-depth knowledge of the material to be taught; educational knowledge, meaning methodologies and strategies for learning; and tech knowledge, meaning the ability of the teacher to use and integrate digital means in the teaching work. The combination of this knowledge constitutes the TPAC method, which is depicted in the chart that you can see on the slide. Therefore, well-planned catechesis lessons can combine the deep knowledge on the content, the application implementation of educational methods, and the integration of digital means. Also, any catechesis material generated through AI should be carefully assessed in order to make sure that it meets all these requirements. Now, let's talk about AI and accessibility. The use of aid technologies such as visual recognition of text, voice synthesis apps, use of a large font, use of the colored alphabet for those that have problems with the distinction of colors. All these make the catechesis material more accessible and prevents social exclusion. It is equally important to implement accessibility standards for the Internet, such as the Wave Accessibility Evaluation Tool. This tool allows to identify accessibility errors in web pages and digital documents. It is also necessary to add an accessibility bar to all web pages. It is worth mentioning, in terms of accessibility, is the implementation of an application that uses e-braille for the teaching of Byzantine music. So we can have music sheets that are converted in digital form for people with visual impairments and hearing impairments. This project began in a pilot mode in the University of Macedonia and opens up new horizons for people with disabilities. So, to sum up, the educational utilization and integration of AI and digital means in the parish life opens up new paths, and it seems that it can improve the teaching, making learning more accessible, more attractive, and more effective. This is particularly useful in the modern era when young people and children are familiar with technology and respond positively to dynamic and multimedia educational environments. A dedicated, fully accessible digital catechesis repository could help. It could include micro-scenarios for lessons, suggested action plans, suggested events, podcasts, videos, depending on the age group. This repository will be updated with new material and it will be assessed by an interdisciplinary committee, but it is crucial to ensure that technology remains a tool that empowers the catechetical work without replacing live communication and personal contact, because they are at the core of the Orthodox spiritual experience. The potential is huge, but this potential should be accompanied with deep understanding and preservation of the fundamental values of the Orthodox faith. The integration of these innovations should ensure the soteriological nature and enhance personal live interaction with the parish. Always respectful to our conditions, and always reflecting. Let's move forward using the new technologies, but in combination with critical thinking for all members of our church community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father, for this very well documented speech. Everything was very useful. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Giorgos Patseas. He is a PhD candidate at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki for the utilization of artificial intelligence in cultural affairs. He is responsible for developing technological products in Aeneas. He's going to speak about the development of cultural content by the use of augmented reality and artificial intelligence. Dear fathers, dear ladies and gentlemen, hello. Professor Mr. Damianos, he was also a professor of mine in the Polytechnic. And so, after giving the floor from Father Tsabatsidis, who gave an excellent talk of regarding AI, he said very well things about educational issues, about ethics and morals, especially those of you who actively work on content creation. I will make today a dual presentation, so to say. I will say a few things about the research that we are doing at the university. We want to find ways to use AI in culture and religious content, and at the same time we will see some examples that are part of my work, since I am an active IT scholar. So I will show you the work that we do with my professor Father Stamkopoulos. A very short introduction for those of you who don't know. Artificial intelligence is not something that is coming to the future. We already have a lot of applications that are used in culture and religious content. So, the Byzantine content that I work with, apart from theological importance, it has a very high cultural importance. So, computer vision, machine learning. In order to understand what the icons show, we can use them in order to create a lot of relevant applications. So when it comes to augmented reality, here you can see Aristotle. How AI avatars come to life. So what is augmented reality all about? I go into a museum, I scan with my device, artifact, and through AI an animation may come to life. Today I want to show you some examples of it, how it is used and how it is accepted. So we have to be certain that people accept it and use it. It is useful to the audience. So the Holy Monastery of Pantokrator, they use augmented reality for the monastery's museum. You can see that you go scan the icons and then you can get information. So, academic research is very strong. We saw Asclepius to come to life. Is the society ready for that? Do we have the right framework to see St. George's Asclepius come live? So, this is one part, the academic part, but when it comes to action, let's see two cases. The Holy Monastery of Pantokrator, I will speak very quickly, just to give you a view. We scan and we can see what lies behind, because the icons were painted over 3D models, how you can make a photorealistic 3D model. It is on the part of preservation and then hotspot analysis in order to allow people to have access. This, of course, goes for any monument. So, digital museums, you can do an online tool that is accessible to all people, and they can be accessed from any point of the planet. And another project in the church. It is the Rosarius Church School, the seminary. Here you can see the digital repository, and we have analyzed the metadata, and we have also built applications for various motifs that have been analyzed with AI. Augmented reality was also used, and of course all those have been applied also in the States until the Middle East. The religious world is innovative when it comes to the use of AI. We have a lot of material, and it is worthwhile to study it in order to understand how we can do wonderful things. Now, I'm going to share how augmented reality with the use of AI help us explain the artifacts. Here you can see the explanation of that icon through augmented reality. You scan the icon, and scientific personnel gives the explanations for each part of the icon. And on a museological level, imagine that the average visit to a museum, the person sits in front of each artifact 4 seconds, 5 seconds, just as a mere observer, doesn't really understand what they see. And only the tour guide is explaining us on a historical and theological level what is what you see and why it is very important for you to understand it. Now, this is what augmented reality does with the use of AI and computer vision, of course, to explain what it is that you see in that artifact. So, we use augmented reality to explain the icons. Here you can see that augmented reality can give you extra content. Here we have a manuscript that you see in a monastery. You cannot have access to that manuscript because it is a document of thousands of years, and you cannot touch it or really feel it through. A second case, the so-called juxtaposition, understanding an icon step by step, and AI is explaining to us what we see. We have 200 figures in that icon. AI can by itself do a label tagging who is who on that icon. And of course the scientific personnel is checking that content. And you can see here the time lapse. So within the framework of the research that we have done, they were very well accepted by the audience. The audience wants to understand what they are watching. Here, it is a more curious case, so to say. Time-lapse AI shows you how this icon was created. This is a very artistic approach on this Byzantine content. It's very interesting, if I may say so, because AI can think by itself how this image, how it was created, and this was not very well accepted yet by the audience. According to studies have shown, a large part of the low acceptance of that application is that we see the Byzantine art purely as a religious means, and we cannot understand that it also has a historic and artistic value. We have combined ourselves the art of this church as something unique. However, we have not made an effort to showcase Byzantine art as a form of art, and this is why this application was not very well received. And you can see here the technique of juxtaposition. AI understands that you have an icon, and it can bring you similar icons of that thematic, and by placing the one to the other, it allows you to do that juxtaposition and comparison of artworks in order to compare different artists and different eras. That took long hours in the past, But right now, quite fast, the AI can propose similar icons with similar content. The last part, which is the most controversial, is how we can bring to life, and if we can bring to life, historic and church persons who are going to narrate the content. We know on a missiological level now, are we ready morally to accept that? Here you can see Ioannis Primikirios. We tried to make him live and to give you the tour around the museum. I don't know if you can listen to him. We do apologize. The video is speaking at the same time with the speaker, and this is why we cannot interpret.
Was built on a plot of land owned by the Greek Brotherhood, thanks to and was completed in 1577.
So, we started with AI applications that are widely accepted, but now we also have other AI applications where we should be really careful on a theological and historical level. How far do we want to go? Because storytelling is of course very well, because we want the audience to interact with the artifacts, but we have to respect the initial artist and to be respectful generally. This is why when it comes to the research, we have used 4 historic figures. We have tested them a lot with Father Stamkopoulos, and we try to understand if people are ready to accept them. Let me share some through data. Asclepios is accepted as a narrator. He's a historical figure. We don't really care his historic representation. People like that representation very much. He is a Venetian merchant who is showing you around. People like it, not as much as Asclepios, but he was very well accepted. Now, Cavafy, Constantine Cavafy, in collaboration with Onassis Foundation, even if it's not a historic figure, people feel rather weird seeing him coming alive. People feel weird because it's not a statue, something blurry in our mind. The audience didn't really like seeing Cavathis come to life, and the most controversial figure, St. George himself, and ethics also come into the play. Who has the right to put words into the saint's mouth? How accurate it is on a religious, historic level. So we know that such an application is very engaging. On the other hand, we should strike the right balance in order to be able to use those figures as tour guides. I'm not here to give you an answer. We have to study more. However, I just want to make an overview. Let me remind you, computer vision, I analyze and understand what an icon is all about. Machine learning allows us to study, and the system learns by itself the content. And, of course, we have numerous educational and cultural applications. Because, concluding, I want to give you an example where AI is very well used, and it is about digitalization of archives. I want to give you an example from Rosarius Church School on the texts of St. Nectarius. Those of you who are familiar with OCR understand that you have seen the first part, which comes from the automatic character recognition. A lot of mistakes, a lot of gaps, characters cannot be understood. A text which is not very useful. Just by a click, AI fills in the words, all the concepts, and so from a raw OCR, which cannot be used immediately, meaning that if it's a letter, it's not very important. But Saint Nectarius has left us 3,000 or 4,000 letters. It is not possible for human beings to study. The only way is to have it as a text, not as an image. AI now can just by clicking in 1 second to categorize this text, and so digitalization and documentation will have a huge progress. When it comes on the museum level, step by step, we'll have to be careful and understand how we want to use the content in a very ethical and right manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patseas. It's the first time we hear about it, so it might sound strange, there might be some concerns, but you said it yourselves, we are still in the beginning, we will make the decisions on how to use it. We're still at the beginning, but all these concerns should be explored on a positive note. We're just in the beginning, as you said. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Katerina Tsita, an electrical engineer and computer engineer. She's amongst the laboratory teaching staff of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. The paper she will present has been prepared together with Dr. Spyros Kyriardzis, Director of Alternative Sources of Energy and New Technologies at HELPEM. So the topic is utilizing AI applications in the energy sector to build resilience against climate crisis. Good afternoon, Reverend Fathers, ladies and gentlemen. Climate change is a global threat. It is responsible for extreme weather conditions, the rise of global temperature, global warming and sea levels, wildfires, floods, and climate migrants, whose number keeps increasing. AI plays a crucial role in the fight against climate crisis, and it helps towards a sustainable future because it offers huge opportunities. It improves the use of renewable energy sources and storage systems. It improves the use of energy and leads to CO2 emissions reductions. I will talk about some AI apps in the energy sector that aim at building resilience against climate change, while I will also mention some moral implications. Climate crisis requires from humanity to talk about the consequence of its past and its current options. CO2 emissions result in global warming, result in extreme weather phenomenon, and there are also impact on the entire range of financial activities, agriculture, healthcare, even immigration that contributes to geopolitical turmoil. The consequences for underdeveloped countries is further degradation of living conditions, and when it comes to low-income populations, energy poverty is a very important problem. The 21st countries which have the lowest access to electric energy account for 76% of the Earth's population. Also, in the US in 2023, 21% of households had to cut down on medicine and food due to the high energy costs. This slide shows how important energy is for our financial growth and why it is important to make the transition towards cleaner forms of energy. The ultimate objective is to achieve a low CO2 emissions economy, and we have a dual approach to that: mitigation measures and adaptation measures. Mitigation measures focus on the generation of clean energy from renewable energy sources, enhancement of the energy efficiency of existing systems and mechanisms, and also sustainable use of resources and the earth. Adaptation measures mainly include policies to address the climate crisis, aiming at protecting vulnerable population groups and critical natural resources and ecosystems. Innovative solutions and applications of new technologies such as green hydrogen, low CO2 footprint fuel, CO2 capture and use, and wind farms can play the role of the catalyst. AI can help as a source of inspiration, and it can help transform in order to make room for modern technological solutions. There are many applications, especially for modern energy systems, and it creates new opportunities, such as the development of generation procedures with enhanced oversight and monitoring, the planning and balancing of generation and consumption in real time, the calculation of the variation in electrical power in order to take the necessary measures. In brief, the 5 key uses of AI include: A. Collection and processing of big data and making forecasts; B. Assistance in policy making and decision making; C. Optimization of processes and applications; D. The support of cooperative ecosystems; and E. The encouragement of environmentally friendly behaviors. This slide shows AI applications for mitigation measures and adaptation measures, such as documentation and forecasting of extreme weather phenomena and management of structures and ecosystems. The development of AI applications in order to build resilience against climate crisis has both a positive and a negative impact. As you can see, the most promising applications can be found in renewable energy sources. More specifically, when it comes to predicting renewable energy sources, prediction and management of energy demand, optimization and operation of the electricity grid. But there are some negative consequences as well, since despite some applications, they also support conventional and polluting energy sources. For as long as the challenges of climate change continue, the innovative solutions offered by AI can provide support to society, education, and economy to quickly adapt to a more sustainable productive model. According to a PwC study, the use of AI applications can reduce greenhouse gas emissions up to 4%, and the domestic GDP can increase up to 4.4%. Let me now share with you some of the most widely used AI tools that can support energy transition. For example, short-term and medium and long-term forecast of electricity consumption, forecast of the generation of electricity by PV station and wind farms, forecast on how much energy will be used from renewable energy sources, optimization of the design of green hydrogen production, blockchain applications allow safe and transparent recording of transactions and information in a decentralized users network. Despite the significant contribution of AI application in the energy sector, there are also many voices that criticize AI because it is considered to be responsible for the increase of the energy consumption and environmental footprint. GPT-3, which is the original version of ChatGPT, an omnipotent AI system where you can ask an infinite number of questions and receive useful answers. So its continuous training is conducted in data centers, requiring important digital resources and electricity. A single GPT-3 training emits 223 CO2 tons, which is as much as 49 cars per year. Global CO2 emissions for cloud computing increased by 50% from 2020 to 2023. In Ireland, for the operation of data centers, 20% of the annual electricity was consumed, and the estimate for 2025 is 25% and 30% for 2030. Moreover, there are some moral implications from the use of AI. The main ones are the management and protection of personal data, which is collected and processed by various AI tools. Also, the marginalization of a part of the population due to their digital illiteracy or due to bad use and bias. Such an example are the blockchain and cryptocurrency apps, which, despite their significant diffusion, they are well known to just a few. Technology has always been a source for change, uncertainty, and risk. However, it's not technology per se that has impact, but the way in which we use it. In these moral dilemmas, people react using their conscience and their instinct, while machines, in our case AI, need programming using specific orders in their own language. The concept of responsibility in developing innovative technologies, called responsible innovation, makes this link between the moral criteria and the issues that arise from human choices. Professor Mazzaridis 10 years ago used to write, "The matrix of the true innovation is tradition. When this is not the case, then innovation is nothing but a step in the vacuum." Impressed by the achievements of science and technology, we forgot our primary interpersonal relationship with our Creator. Talking about climate crisis, ecology and the environment, His All Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, says that no economic system cannot survive if the environmental system supporting it collapses. The willingness with which we abuse of the environment reveals how easily we can accept human suffering. Before managing the environmental problems, we have to start changing the way in which we perceive the world, because this world belongs not only to current generations, but future ones as well. People became greedy in terms of the use of natural resources. we have alienated ourselves from God, and this is why we have been treating the environment in such way. The answer to climate crisis has not only a single aspect, but the ethos, respect, and love towards creation and our Creator are the basis for its tackling. We feel nostalgia for a paradise lost, but we realize that the environment around us is not heaven. The Orthodox theology believes that men have a royal power over the creation, but not an authoritarian one. We are called upon to preserve creation by serving its creator. To conclude my presentation, I will talk about the approach of three important theologians. As Callistus Ware said, asceticism means greater simplicity in our everyday life. We need to contain ourselves and make the distinction between what we need and what we want. George Florovsky said that the only way to overcome the impasse is to recognize human dignity, empathy, and justice, and all these have their roots in the Gospel. And finally, our ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew said that the way in which we connect immediately with the matter reflects our relationship with God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You found a wonderful way to combine Mrs. Tsita and Mr. Kyriadis, I do apologize. The effort to save energy through artificial intelligence, which may end up to something completely different, and you find a way to combine them with our religious values in a wonderful way. Congratulations to you both. Now, we will have a Q&A session. I think that this panel will give us the most interesting discussion of the whole conference. You can take the floor and ask questions. There is a gentleman at the back. Hello, congratulations for your speeches. I come from Chania, Antonis Tsertanis, and we have a statue called Kaliales. The artist is called Markandonakis, and he was born. He died a few months ago in Chania. We implemented in 2018 the program when statues speak, and since then there is a great philosophical discussion in Chania in regards if this is good or bad. I still have concerns if I did the right or wrong thing. The statues talk. This was funded by the municipality of Chania. So by asking Mr. Markandonakis, before he died, I interviewed him. So I asked him, what do you think about this program, Statues Talk? And the artist answered to me, this is not good, because if the artist will not be successful and try and invoke the imagination of the persons watching it, then why should you feed them your ideas? So this square was just a square with statues, and nobody knew what they were all about. I have a lot of parents saying to me, well done, Adonis, because now our children learned a lot of things about those statues and those heroes. Personally, I haven't really decided if we did the good thing or the bad thing. I'm not sure yet. And of course, there are a lot of other issues and the concerns. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for doing that in 2018. This was innovative. You were very innovative. I can listen both the artists and the parents. On the one, the artist wants to showcase their own work and how well he did it, and this is of course very reasonable concern, and this is why we should respect also the older artists, iconographers, and the work that we'll do. This should be scientific documented. The statues shouldn't talk by saying just what they want, but to have a purpose. But I also understand the parents when they say that until now I was just watching 5 bronze statues, because a very young child cannot interact with an artifact and with a work of art. The fact that you did an interactive application, and now out of 200 kids, 150 maybe have interacted with that content and know more about the revolution. I believe that this is extraordinary. I believe that new generations need that interaction because they do not find interest with the religious and cultural content. Congratulations again for having done that in 2018. Well done. Father Theodoros, congratulations. We see at your face the openness of the church. This digital content that you have created in catechesis, is there in such a platform as Moodle? And you have also talked about the repository. Is there any tool that manages all this digital content? Thank you very much for your question. As we have mentioned, and the dangers that exist is that the catechesis material has got a parish character. It is created for that parish. That can be used first of all on the level of our metropolis. There are platforms, but I believe that we should have a platform in catechesis, but let's say, for example, that I have kids of the 2nd grade. I want to organize a project for the 10 Commandments. That will be very helpful, a common repository. We have a repository, but it is rather limited on a level of our parish. My point of view is that we should come up with an scientific committee, and of course the elder Ephraim, that we should include that in the conclusions of this conference, the fact that it is necessary to establish a digital repository and an intervention. As a theologian, I cannot stop. I just want to say that the icon has got another character. The icon is not a person that you have to converse, but it has an ontological perspective, that it is better from the time and space. It might be a little bit dangerous, risky to put virtual reality in all the icons. Silence is equal to 1,000 words in icons. And the educational for the statues, that is wonderful, especially when the content has got educational purpose. This is very good. Instead of having 5 bronze statues, we will have a statue that speaks to our hearts. Thank you very much for your intervention. First of all, I would like to say that this is a very well organized conference, a very interesting conference. I wanted to say the following. We are talking now about technology. And technology has reached really high levels. My feeling is that it is uncontrollable right now. No one seeks to control it, to stop it. Well done, you are a scientist, a very smart person. Well done, congratulations. But is it always right to take the money and realize it, since no one has checked its utilization, the consequences, the moral consequences? We have the United Nations, and they focus on hunger and wars. There is no regulatory authority when it comes to technology and its limitations. Do you know if there is any authority that has assumed that role, some initiative to check, to pose boundaries? I want to mention an example. I agree with you that we should set limits and boundaries. I completely agree with you. Now, when it comes to the use of ChatGPT, which is the most famous tool of AI, which is used very much in the private sector because it can accelerate your work. But when it will accelerate your work very much, it means that it reduces jobs, because right now we have 10 jobs, but when a person will make the job 2 times faster, then we will need 5 jobs. In Italy, for example, the first 6 months, it was prohibited to be used. However, that gave workers from other countries to be more competitive than Italians, and then the Italians workers themselves said that we lag behind because we want also to use it because our colleagues from other countries and so the workers asked backwards. So institutional, the solution should be institutional. Of course, I'm not an expert to say it because I don't have the political background, but I do hope that at some time it will come. All of us studied at the university and we gave an oath to use our knowledge in some limitations. We should be honorable in professing our profession. However, that cannot be controlled. Technology cannot be controlled. Lawyers, teachers, they do whatever they want. I think that this is out of control. Thank you very much for your comment. We do thank you. Do we have any other question or are we out of time? Do we have any other question? I just wanted to say, to summarize, for those very interesting things that we have heard here today, according to Heidegger, when he speaks about the philosophy of technology, that all that technology makes our life less rich. And this is very important, and especially on what you said, Father, about what icon is all about, and what do we feel in front of the icon, and how different it is, as you said, Mr. Paters, to have that distance that cannot be remade. So you opened a very big discussion, food for thought. You gave us food for thought for the ontological content of those artifacts. And that discussion will not stop, and we will continue. Thank you all.